Yo, yo, yo. Ooh, I like this background. I like it quite a bit. We're going to be live. Well, I guess we are live. And what we're going to do today, my brain's a little bit broken. It's so freaking hot outside that I hope I survive, but I haven't coded anything today yet. I guess except some random shit I was showing to friends, but I don't even count that as programming anymore. But we'll see. I have a fallback, right? Like if I'm happily taking any kind of random requests, and I have a fallback, which is adding my JavaScript streaming stuff. Why is my freaking hard drive always blast full to the limit? I kind of hate that. So we'll take a look at what's going on here. In the meantime, one thing I want to do is optimize the speed at which a shell open, because you can see it's like fucking slow. So I thought about like, why don't I use AMP code to do that? And yo, I'm sure I researched this earlier. Where's my research about optimizing this? Switching from ZSH to fish. Switching from ZSH to fish because I just want something that starts like freaking fast. But then I was like, I'm not learning a new shell. I'm 42. I can't do that stuff. So I thought about, look at this, 2 seconds to start. What the fuck? So I was thinking about, why don't I use AMP code to do that? So maybe that's something we'll start with, and I'm actually not sharing my screen, so that's maybe going to be a problem. There we go. Adding the little camera up here. Camera widget. My ZSH takes 2 seconds to load. And maybe I should optimize that. So I will have to... Can I start ZSH with a specific startup file? I want to optimize loading speeds without using my real.zshrc, which is garbage anyway. We have 90 gigabytes in code, 7 in gigabytes. Why is Goose so big? Did they check in like a binary at some point? Probably did. Gen AI stack, what the fuck? But this is all like not that big. It's just like death by 1,000 cuts. .local share. JetBrains, my friend. What have you downloaded again? RubyMine 243 through what? Okay. What else do we have up here that could potentially be deleted? Yeah, really not that much, right? Like maybe it's time to get a new SSD. I have 540 gigabytes in my home. And I have... Where's the size? A terabyte stick. Yeah, this is starting to not be all that good. How can I find how many storage devices I have on my computer and their size? This sounds like weird. I don't remember I would have taken a terabyte when I bought this, but who knows? So we'll see. So we have loopback devices, and then we have one terabyte SSD. Okay, well, I guess maybe the easiest way is to just buy something bigger, because we have varlib docker overlay. Okay, well, maybe we can prune the docker. And we have user share Olama downloading all its models. Okay, well, I think we might need to buy a new SSD. Let's move on. I want to optimize my ZSHRC. I'm going to use a specific directory to do that. So we're going to go into labs, I guess. Am I going to share my ZSHRC? Maybe not today, just in case I make some stupid mistakes. I think I have a repo with dot files in that. I actually use it for backups, and every time I back up, I actually destroy everything. So not all that good. Why does it say that I have 4% battery left? It lies to me. There's like weird stuff going on with my laptop these days. See, now it's gone. Who knows? Dot files. I thought I had like a repo called dot files. Oh, config files. So I'm going to make a zshrc directory and then z.dir. Something like that. Oh, maybe not. Export .envrc, dir env allow. Then, all right, so LLM Unix, create a agent MD instructions file for a coding agent that says that we are optimizing a ZSHRC config located in this directory and as ZSHRC. I don't know if that's like all that useful, but I mean, it's YOLO time, isn't it? So I definitely need a functionality to be like, save this as a certain file. Actually, I think I have that. Do I have that? Control help, the shortcut doesn't work. So I think we'll have to, maybe that's one of the things we can vibe code. It looks like it, yeah. Why don't you copy paste? All right, there we go. AgentMD optimize, analyze and improve the distance, focus on ZSH best practices, minimize startup time. All right, cool. We're going to copy the ZSHRC to ZSHRC. We're going to do git add and have a backup. Add ZSH optimization. And then we're going to, when is it not YOLO time, as Mike is asking? Well, sometimes. So it's funny. It's been a long time since I didn't have a YOLO time. On Friday, I started refactoring, or on Thursday, I started refactoring like the primitive monad abstraction in my framework. And there I was just like, I can't, the LLM just doesn't help. And I had to like completely revert to just like basically manual non-YOLO time. Because I over-engineered, right? Like I over-engineered for the time where the only thing you could do is like 4,000 token context windows. So I had this like very clever idea of being able to specify agent behavior back when it wasn't clear that LLMs were good at tool calling. So you had to encode all the control flow logic in like something more deterministic. I had a super clever idea coming from embedded, which is what we're using in embedded land, of using like a monadic structure in YAML to specify like complicated control flow, where you say like retry 5 times, and when you don't, then try to do this, and if this fails, try that. So I built my whole framework around it, and I had this abstraction in the middle of everything I was trying to do, and none of the LLMs really understood how to leverage it, partly because of my fault, but also it was like multi-valued with error in streaming fashion, concurrent with errors and metrics, and right, like I went just all in on my monad stack. And lately, like on Thursday, I was just like, fuck this. I just need like a run inference method, and then that's it. So that actually took non-YOLO, right? So, but it took non-YOLO so I can YOLO now. Let's see what happens here, right? Optimize ZSHRC by running. And so what was the command to do the timing? By running ZSH to load and exit and measure time and profile this ZSHRC file. Let's see what happens. I'm curious about this because this is a technique that I use quite a bit for SQL shit, right? Where I just say like, look, you have explain, you have the query, you can access the database as much as you want. Like, please just make this fast. And it works way too well. Runtime ZSHIC in dot. So is that possible? Like, does ZSHIC even load ZSHRC, the file in this directory? I don't want to measure my because you don't have access to it. And I had O3 do like a research. Like, I'm not sure if that's all that useful. Source.slash.gs, yeah. Always. All right, 2 seconds 36. That's good. You read the file as well. That's good too. Profile ZSH. Yes, always. Oh man, this is amazing. I love it. I freaking love agents. So I wonder in the YOLO kind of mode, right? Like, because my technique is really just like type into the AI what you want it to do and try to stay away as much. But in this case, right, like I still had this intuition here, which is like, I didn't just say like, oh, optimize ZSHRC. I stopped here. And so I'm wondering, to me, cognitively, this is like not, this is still like, yeah, whatever, just do it, man. But I don't think that's all true, right? Like, this is kind of my experience showing through, is like, it's not the first time I optimize the ZSHRC. So it's easy for me to say like, just do this, whatever, but have the taste and like the gut feeling of that's the right thing. And I wonder how you get there, right? Like, I wrote this article this morning, my first Substack, where we're discussing like, what is it mentoring in today's age, and like, how do you do this? And I showed like the stuff you can do to help juniors get to a really deep level of understanding is if they have, especially if you as a mentor have access to their transcripts, it removes this like barrier of like asking stupid questions to more senior people, which blocks a lot of people, right? Like, you don't want to show that you don't know anything. And I can very easily say that I don't know anything, partly because I've refined this. I've done it for 30 years or whatever. I've just like been like, yeah, I don't know shit. And also I have the confidence of my results or the fact that I can do certain things to just ask stupid question. It does, however, cost me socially. I realized in career and like environments where it was actually dangerous to say that they ask questions. So anyway, it like having an LLM to chat with like kind of removes this barrier, even if they know that I might like go over that later on. And I can identify, like, I cosplayed this, right? But this is something that happened in real life where I could see, oh, they're asking like, why do I need a semicolon, which is like a typical, oh, I need to scroll this out of the screen, right? Why do I need a semicolon JavaScript? Apparently only sometimes. That's kind of like a dumb question. You'd think a dumb question, but actually it goes pretty deep, right? In an LLM, seeing that question, I'm not sure if they understand this part here. And they might have. In that case, they didn't really. And this allowed me to basically very quickly say, oh, like, just create some exercises for this person to do that. And these exercises were actually grounded on the project they were working on. So it wasn't just like abstract, like hello world kind of exercise. It was like, in this file, when you're doing this kind of thing, you have to be really careful about your semicolons. Here's some exercises to modify the function to do it right. So you can't use this to kind of give very tailored things to understand potentially the subtleties of semicolons, right? Which is something that is maybe not all that easy to learn. And the question here is like, you learn this kind of stuff when you spend like 10 hours banging your head against the wall for a semicolon. How much friction does one need to learn something right? And by the way, it's getting really hot in here, so I'm gonna turn on the AC. Hold on. New England, man. So that was the first thing. Is like, it's very easy for me as a senior developer to just like create some exercise that I know makes sense and say like, oh yeah, look at this point, this is like a good idea. I can give them cheat sheets, right? Like for certain concepts, but also like VS configs or like some other like ad hoc kind of tools. In this case, it doesn't really make sense, but that was just like as an example. And then it allows me to get into the more strategic part of it, which is there's errors that are easy to make in certain languages because the languages are like not perfect, right? Each language comes with its set of like foot guns, and then go into like, okay, well, how do we catch these foot guns except being more experienced? Is, well, we have linting tools, and this allows me from this very simple question to go straight into, okay, now I'm going to explain why we have a linter, and I'm going to explain you why we have this fairly complex setup to set up a linter, and I'll show you how to actually even extend it, because you can often just now ask the LLM to create linting rules, because no one gives a shit about the syntax and the framework used to build linting rules. Like, no one enjoys that stuff. But the result is very, very useful, right? Like, I very rarely see people writing their own linting rules, even though now it's free. And I should apply that to my own, maybe today I'll try to write my first linting rules in Go, because I actually never built some linting rules. And actually, let's just create a tutorial, create a full book to teach me how to build linting rules in Go, and turn on deep research. Because I've actually never done that, so I'm kind of talking out of my ass. But I did it a lot for ESLint. And so let's say advanced developer, 2 all, 3 all, both, 5, super long, 100+ pages. Yeah, whatever. So this allowed me to like go straight to the strategic thing, right? Which is, there are errors that are easy to make. You ran into them. I gave you a bunch of exercises to learn about this specific error, but then immediately go to the larger, more senior scope. And especially if we assume that LLM coding is like how we do programming now, this is actually a low-level technique, right? Like, this is like the 101 of vibe coding is like, well, if you give the LLM tools to autocorrect itself, then you can just let it rip. And getting to that, this is stuff that if you were in a company, you would take quite a while to realize that that's where the linting stuff comes from. If you don't have like a dedicated senior developer who really takes care of you, here the advantage is that I could get there with 1 hour of office hours every week. I was able to cover so much ground, because this literally took me like 3 minutes and I can do it while chatting. I would never have done that at a company, right? Like, I would never have written like 5 exercises plus a bunch of linting examples, look up how to build linting rules, because I probably wouldn't have done that in like 6 months. And however, I can give that to them, and they can then use ChatGPT even further to just like practice that stuff, right? Like, if they're invested, and I think most junior developers are really invested in being good programmers. Like, I don't think people are lazy. I think most people, especially if they want to build things, are going to be no problem invest time into something that's like reasonably fun, right? It's like, at least, you know, maybe I'm blessed, but okay, so what? Anyway, this was a good example. And then the other one, which is like even better in my view, is that there's certain design patterns that work really well, for example, for vibe coding, but are just like good practice. Say, if you build a JavaScript page, right? like a dynamic web page. And you do it with the simplest technology possible, because I think it's always pretty good to do like boring old stuff, like self-contained JavaScript file, a single one. That's like amazing, right? But if you do things this way without a framework, pretty quickly you can get into spaghetti land, right? Or like at some point you're like, okay, well, this is just too much functionality for a single file JavaScript thing, or at least for just like YOLOing some variables around. So I made up this like pretty simple example, but this is something that was close to what we had when I was mentoring these students, because I told them, look, we're going to start a web page with a single JavaScript file and an HTML. No backend, no nothing. We're just going to do it all in the front end with local storage, which I introduced later on, and had them build it all by hand. Like basically be like, look, you're going to learn HTML, the CSS, I don't remember. I'd probably have generator or something. And we're going to do it with the rawest JavaScript possible, right? Because it allows me to tackle these lower level concepts of showing them what the DOM is, what HTML is. This was the beginning of the project. I knew that they would be able to build the first set of functionalities, right? Just like in a couple of lines of code. And as you progress, though, this is starting to become problematic, because it's easy to say, if you have a global state variable, to start like messing it up or have like different handlers not do it correctly. And a thing that you can do very easily is then say like, look, there's frameworks like Redux or whatever to do state management, but actually these frameworks are just actually more like a pattern, and they've grown to this huge size because they need to accommodate a lot of use cases. But for the context of simplifying and robustifying our logic, we're going to introduce a reducer pattern, right? And this is kind of like a pain in the butt to write. Like, it's not something I would sit down and write for students or for junior developers, because it would take me like 2 or 3 hours maybe to get it right, and it's tedious, and I don't care. Like, I've done this enough in the past. Here I can just say it like, look, this code that you wrote, if we were to rewrite it with a reducer, this is what it would look like. And it's a really good reducer, like probably better than what I would have written by hand anyway. And then I can explain, okay, now see that in like the event listener, you can now just like dispatch a very well named dispatch function, and I keep all the state handling in one place, which is not just good for you, but it's great for LLMs, because LLMs suddenly have like, oh yeah, want to update the user, I should call the action this update users. Like, that's something that's very easy for the LLM to manage, instead of saying like, oh, when I update the user, I have these like 4 variables that I need to change. So a pattern is really good for LLMs too. And yet we still don't have any framework, right? We stay in our like boring old technology part. And however, I was able to basically break down what Redux is. I didn't tell them like, oh, we should like import Redux and here's Redux tutorials and whatever. I was like still staying within the frame of our code base, no dependencies, really understand what you're writing. And the only thing I asked these developers is like, turn off autocomplete while you're doing the stuff I tell you to do. You can use a chat assistant, but turn off autocomplete, because autocomplete just like shortcuts your brain, at least mine. It's like the fact of seeing this completion that I don't want to see immediately just like shortcuts what I actually want to do, and then just distracts me. So that's the only thing I told them, is like, disable this like auto completion. You're free to use the chat, you know, because I trust you that you want to learn, and you're just not going to ask the chat to build that stuff. But the autocomplete, even with the best of intentions, I found just like kills the learning experience. So when I do want to learn something else, to turn off autocomplete, because I just don't want it to mess with my thinking. So this explains the reducer pattern. And like, once you know the reducer pattern, it doesn't really matter if you want to use Redux or Zustand or whatever other libraries are there, or build your own. It's about the pattern, right? And then I can show, look, this is what it would look like in Redux, which is fairly undigestible, right? This is kind of a mouthful. If you're new, you're like, what the fuck is a slice? Why do I need to do all of this? Why is there initials? What is this freaking stuff here? It's because it makes it easier to add 15 slices in the future, but we're not there yet, so you don't have a need to use this. You're welcome to use it if you're like fun, because it will allow you the future extension. And this is where I do the meta step, right? And I go straight to the strategic thinking, which is there are big frameworks. It makes sense to avoid using a bit framework. It also makes sense to use a big framework from the start and to explain the strategic tension between all of these things, right? Like there's no right solution. Each framework has pros and cons. Each pattern has pros and cons. But it is up to you to make a choice on how to do it. And this choice might depend on like which LLMs you're using, how hard it is to understand that, how often you'll bang your head against the wall because Redux is not easy to set up even with an LLM. Like those kinds of things all happen. Like there's debugging tools that would make it worth installing Redux right from the start, which is what I do. And then I can create exercises, right? You say like, look, create exercises that explain how to do these different level of strategic thinking from simple manual code to framework with short scaffold to get them started so that they really get put through the paces in terms of like, oh, well, I could use this big framework, or I could use this small one, or I could do this, I could do that. And those are lessons that I would put in, like this is stuff you traditionally start learning after 5, 6, 7 years of development, where you suddenly realize like, oh, frameworks are just code that other people wrote. And I find that like really amazing because we're still 20 minutes in, right? And we're already at like, okay, here's like 5 exercises to go from like really, right? Like to go from like no framework to framework. And at the meantime, it has optimized my ZSHRC. So let's go look at what it did. Optimize ZSHRC based on profiling results. Main bottlenecks, comp init, comp dev, completion system, NVM nodes, fuck you, NVM, and then plugin manager overhead. Create ZSHRC optimized. And what did it change here? Because I don't trust this to do exactly the same stuff that I did. So turbo loaded plugin, non-essential plugins, load in background. Lazy completion, comp init runs once per day versus every startup. Deferred tool initialization. My trackball is not smooth. That like always drives me wild. I have these like little ultimate keyboard kind of things. And because my fingers are often greasy and stuff, they do get a little bit rubbery. I don't know. It drives me wild. So let me just clean that. I keep cleaning it these days. Really annoying. So you can open it up and then you get all the junk in there. And they're kind of hard to clean. I must admit that this is kind of a pain in the butt to clean because it has these little rollers on the side, right? And the little rollers are actually where all the gunk accumulates and that create this friction. I have a really hard time removing all the gunk that's around them because they're like kind of inset. And sadly, an LLM can't help me with that. So maybe I'll have to desolder some stuff and just do a really deep cleaning later on. All right. It's a little bit better. Turbo loaded, lazy completion, deferred tool initialization, consolidated path, background completion, remove duplicate annexes. Okay. So how does that work exactly? Config files, ZSH, RC. So how can I test this in a real shell? Write also a full optimization write-up and store it in optimization report.md. All right. Yeah, so I was saying this, I'm pretty proud of this article. I actually wrote it with, why am I so sweaty? I guess this is just the humidity in here. Pretty proud of this article that I actually just generated with GPT-4.5. Like, I mean, I had a long thread in Slack where it was like talking about all these ideas. So all these ideas are like totally mine. And actually the tone of GPT-4.5 is pretty close to mine. It's actually less LLM-y than when I write things by hand. Like I love M dashes, I love semicolons, I love bullet point lists. which I guess is kind of like an autistic way to communicate. Like if you look at my old articles, they just like, I guess this one is a written out one, but they're just like, I like putting links and bolding things and whatever. And this kind of structure, I like semicolons, and GPT-4.5 does it less than me. so it was really fun. I like emojis, right? This was before ChatGPT. I love bullet point lists. Anyway, so it really actually doesn't turn me off. I modified like a couple of little things where it was like maybe a little bit too hyperbolic. I read everything carefully because I was like, okay, I can't YOLO this the same way YOLO code. All right, so I've created test optimized SH optimization report, and then I can do this target test an isolated shell. So that's maybe cool. So if I do this, you are seeing this message because you have no ZSH startup files. This function can help you with a few settings that you can do. Yeah, and then everything breaks, huh? Oh my God. Type one of the keys. Continue to the main menu. Should I just... So I wonder if it optimized the right thing in the first place. Yeah, it kind of didn't, huh? Yeah, I don't think that worked at all. Compare. How can we test this? How could we better test this to make sure the result corresponds to the right ZSH setup? Because ultimately, because it's so interactive, I don't know if it has a way of really like testing that. I'm not sure. Because I think mcode is not going to be able to edit this .zshrc, right? I could symlink it. Could maybe symlink it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. This is an interesting problem of like, how do I close the feedback loop to the LLM for something as crucial as the shell, right? Like, what are some ideas that I could use there to have the LLM say compare, like make sure that the shell that comes out is really like the same setup with like auto completion stuff? That's like kind of a rough one to do. So I have a fork of VHS where you can do text screenshots. So I have a pull request here. Add the text screenshot command. There's like fancy Unicode characters that break the timing. Let me create a simpler, more reliable test. Oh man. That is funny. It's also like a shit ton of tokens. I'm gonna try with sub-agents, if I can have like sub-agents run the ZSHRC and then only report the result and filter it. So run your test scripts in subagent and have these subagents report the important findings. So we can save on tokens, I guess. I don't know if this makes sense. I wish I knew more. I wish that we had more insight into what's in the context window, that kind of stuff. The other thing is, like, I could loop myself into the feedback circle, right? Which is the LLM could give me commands to run and then ask me how it went. So run final test sh. I'm really curious about these kind of strategies. And then I wonder which VHS is mine. VHS version -v 090. Oh my God, where did I put VHS? Where was the one that I forked? Oh yeah, look at that, it's here. Go build output local bin VHS dot. Which VHS, remove which VHS, which VHS, rehash. Oh, we don't need a rehash. Okay, so version unknown, built from source, that's cool. What is it doing? So I saw this running tool with agents lately, and it's like, oh, maybe something's wrong. Because I had quite a few that were stuck in there, and then they just exited the shell after that. But I think that was more like a bug with language servers. So who knows? Optimized 400 milliseconds. I'm pretty sure this is going to be broken, right? How can I run this to report if it actually works? Because I think it's hard for an LLM to properly validate that. So maybe I can maybe I can do this. What was ChatGPT telling me? Z.dir. All right, real world test. I don't know what this was. Okay. No such command completion because the MCP, the fucking MCP, is background loading. Okay, the background loading of commands has to be done after the path is set. The problem is that MCP, which MCP? Should override the pyenv set MCP path. Otherwise, this seemed like not too... If we do ZSH-I, how do I know that this is like the right one? Okay, so the backup is right. You're absolutely right. The background completion loading needs to happen after path is fully configured and items ordering of these blah, 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 blah. Lazy load pyenv. Wait for path to be fully configured, then load completions in the background. What is this scrollback? That was so weird. Okay. Still has the fucking wrong MCP. So it still loads. Oh wait, which one did it change? ZHRC optimized. And then RBEnv. When initializing the completion for MCP, print the path first. It still doesn't set it correctly. Oh, what the heck? There's right click in Vim. All right. All right, I guess that should be enough, huh? Okay. The problem is that pyenv shims inserts itself in the path. I'm not sure how to handle that so it doesn't overload everything. That has annoyed me so much. That pyenv like always like kind of shimmies itself in here. I hate it. Gave me so much grief, this MCP thing. All right, cool. Cool, that works. Remove the debug printing. All right, well, it looks pretty nice. I guess I have like a fast ZSHRC now. Git add dot, I guess. Git add dot ZSHRC. Git add dot envrc. Fast ZSHRC. And then we're just gonna do ZSHRC optimized to ZSHRC, right? It still takes so long. So if I remove this and I do code vasen miss config file ZSHRC optimized, move ZSHRC optimized to ZSHRC. All right, well, that was faster. All right, and then if I do MCP and then tab complete, that didn't work. Skeleton, tab complete, also didn't work. Because here I do get this completion. So that didn't work, obviously. At least not as well as I hoped. And then loading the completions in the background didn't work, right? It looks like loading the completions in the background doesn't actually work. I don't get the same. You can test the whole thing with just zsh-i-c exit because I have symlinked to ZSHRC optimized. Interesting. It's generating a lot of slop, right? It's really generating like a ton of shell scripts, none of which I remember what they're for, right? So this is very funny. And it's like something that happens often when you like YOLO stuff and you don't have a clear understanding of what it should do, and you start chatting with it, it will just like start accumulating like a bunch of things. So I usually ask it to add a prefix number to see at least in which sequence it created these things. Background loading can configure. Yeah, but that's putting the timing is bad now, right? Holy shit, that worked? The startup still feels slow because I think before my prompt appears, stuff happens. Is this Starship's fault? And then I guess Starship has a Starship RC? Or is it in .config Starship? Tomo? How can I figure that out and then optimize it? Uh-oh. Well, this was a nice rabbit hole here. See, it's creating one more one more script. It has so many. Did I say that dash C exit is fast? Yeah, dash, so ZSH dash C exit is fast, but opening a real shell still is fairly slow. Yeah, this would be like a fine speed, right? I know that fish is like instant, which would be nice, but 300 milliseconds wouldn't be all too bad. Excuse me. All right, I'm less impressed than I thought it would be. It would just like run over it and then kind of do its thing. But of course, there's interactivity put in here, and so that's kind of like the issue. All right, so I wonder how much this is also just Kitty starting. I wonder how much. So how do I? Should I just do RxVT? Do I have that, or Xterm? Nah, it really seems to be ZSH, huh? Because this is fairly fast, but then starting it from scratch. Yeah, sometimes it's slow, sometimes it's fast. Log file that I can give back to you to give info from the real world. Might be linked to my Kitty terminal emulator, although I don't think so. Also, does the deferred stuff that it just created? Yeah, it doesn't even load like history. So what changed here? Yeah, obviously deferring history will not like work all that well because I don't think sourcing in the background does much. What the fuck is that? Oh, that's something else. And what was the other one? History and SDK man, because they source files. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's weird. Sometimes it goes fast and sometimes it takes quite a while. Really fun. It only has one file? It only seems to have saved a single file. To have saved a single log file. It's in... This feels like writing Terraform with an LLM that... Halid... Is that how you pronounce it? Halid? Or... but yeah, thanks a lot. I'm glad this helps, even though you mostly see me like fumbling with things, which, you know, is maybe not the worst thing to see actually, because successful vibe coding is not something you can learn very much from. But yeah, thanks a lot. I'm glad you learn a lot. All right. Does this work? Yeah, it seems like it works. All right, so key insights. Current performance, average 500 milliseconds. Very good. Jesus, it's so slow. Key insights, performance spread. So we're gonna run analyze startup logs. Yeah, write a script to analyze the variance of the times for different parts of the file to help me pinpoint what might be loading slow, varying. All right. And then maybe we should start coding for real. It's already 6 p.m. Jesus, I don't know what happened with the day today. Crazy. I haven't even exercised. I did write a blog post, like maybe I can start with the vibe coding. So one idea that I have that would be pretty cool, right? It's like now that I know I can create after ranting, right? Like after actually generating the context, the content of an article, I started experimenting with the DSL. So my approach is, right, like I did have this thread where I created like I pasted my Slack stuff and then I analyzed it and I did like a bunch of prompts, right, to add some edits, and then I have like a couple of prompts to rewrite all of this. So what I did, I took this entire session and I said like, please create prompts to recreate this session, right? So I would have said like, oh, you are summarize the Slack discussion, and then identify the key insights and tension points and whatever, then identify like different things. And I was like, okay, this is cool. I want to reuse this in the future. I want to be able to quickly copy paste things into my browser because I use things like GPT-4.5. I don't want to do it over the API. But I want to be able to configure all of that. So why do I have 3 of those? Which one was the one that I liked the most? I don't think it was this. I don't think it was this. It's probably the one that I worked the most on. Oh yeah, and I didn't even do a spec, right? So what I kind of want to have is like a software that allows me to kind of like create a little UI to visualize different prompts, and then allow me to quickly toggle them and implement them. So what I want, TUI sections. No, this is not the layout that I want to have. Maybe I should have... All right, let me see if I can use Claude to work with this. I want a different ASCII UI. Show me 3 proposals. So I want to iterate on the UI that I want for my software. Kind of want to get a feel of how it would behave, right? So what is even the oh, look, my book is finished. Close this, and then here, top level flow, refine, outline, summarize. So here's a full DSL. I want to be able to browse the different top level sections in a clear list view. Once I select one, I should be able to configure the lists prompt and have a keyboard shortcut to put to clipboard. I'm using bubble T. Make 3 new ASCII layouts. By the way, ASCII prototypes of UIs, they've gotten pretty good at that, and it's a in a way it's nicer than have it all generate like some React stuff. I found it usually is faster. I didn't want to have this in an artifact because it's doing its weird like delete line by line, which I really wonder what it's for, how that works. So maybe this was like not the best idea to do this. What is going on? All right, I'm gonna stop this. In your normal chat output, not an artifact. I know people are like, oh my god, the Claude system prompt is such a marvel of prompt engineering. Man, this sucks. So I don't like the first one. I like this first. I like this. Two-phase split screen. No. I want a single screen for the list of templates and a single full screen for rendering the template. That keeps it simple. Try again. 3 proposals. Each has both screens. Okay, I like that. No. Huh. I like the first, huh? I like the first. I do want to see a preview of the rendered prompt in the second view. All right, that's cool. I like that. But I don't want the preview in a pane on the right. All right, so hold on. It should be horizontal. Don't split this in two. No, wait, the fuck, it split it in two. Like, what the fuck? The preview should be a horizontal box. Don't split the second window in two panes. Yeah, I like that. Okay, cool. Now write a full spec for implementing this. Note code, detailed explanation of how it works, DSL spec, layouts, UI components, behavior. And then I'm going to take the spec and I'm just going to give it to mcode and say like build a charm bracelet one. All right, yeah, I like this. I like this. This is pretty nice. All right, cool. Prompt rendering engine. It's all pretty nice. All right, cool. So this is our spec. We're going to open a new pad and we're going to go to labs. And then let me see what I have open. I'm going to create a prompt renderer using the repos glazed, boba t, go labs. Anything else we might want to use? I don't think so. Agent source. This is something I definitely need to optimize as well. Corporate, go template, agent. So we're gonna go into the prompt renderer. We're gonna go make dear go labs ttems 250621. We're gonna open this and put in design for prompt renderer.md. And you know, why not open cursor on this? And this is one of the things we're going to let just like rip in the background. No. There we go. Prompt renderer. So we're going to go into glaze, go work, use dot. We're going to go into go labs, go work, use dot. And then we're going to go into boba t, go work, use dot. All right, what's this file that we just created? Prompt renderer design. And let's do some review before we build this, because I'm sure there's going to be some slop at the end. It's not mustache style syntax. It's must use go template syntax. Use the helpers in glazed. Do it glazed template. Go. Helpers templating. Glazed package helpers templating. To get sprig templates. Can appear in any content field. Yep. Unresolved variables are set to a default name of variable value to avoid template rendering errors. File references supported blah 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 via the syntax and variable name. Maybe? Nah, we're gonna do file loading later. Version must be present and supported. All ID fields. Templates must have at least one section, at least one variant. First variant is the default selection. All right, template list state. All right. Gonna ask O3 to do a review of this. Prompt rendering engine. So how do we do the clipboard integration? That's a good question. We're going to VSM add prompt renderer Pinocchio, because Pinocchio has I know it has a clip thing. So use the method in clip.go. All right. File system integration, that's not for now. Performance optimization, see, so this is the slot to kill because that's a good way to like fuck it up, and then this as well. All right, so design for prompt renderer. I'm gonna ask O3 to do a review. Review this, especially within the concept that we are going to use charm bracelet and some UX choices might not be idiomatic or something like that. Just some rough thing, and then after that, we'll just see what it builds, right? So vibey, vibey. What is this thing doing here? So it told me that ranked by inconsistency, Rye, very inconsistent but fast. Okay, yeah, sure. ZEnate is the most problematic. PyEnv RBEnv is the slowest, right? Can we do PyEnv RBEnv loading on demand only when using one of the Python pip? Okay, well, explain and show me how this PyEnv RBEnv is currently set up so I can research a better solution. I'm going to search the web. I must not be the only one that like swear is fucked by PyEnv. Overall workflow, template list, template config, copy success is fine, but strongly consider a minimal transients toast. Yeah, so that's good. Okay. Okay. Update with all your suggestions. Actually, let me commit first. First version of prompt renderer spec. And then we're going to have O3 updated with its suggestions. And all right, let me show what... sure. And I'm such an O3 addict, like it's horrible. Optimize loading speed of PyEnv, RBEnv, and ZSH. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I'm going to put this into... and then I'm going to say implement 1, 2, 3. Tens of milliseconds regained. Okay, so what I'm also going to do is... Okay, I'm going to touch a Z profile optimized, and I'm going to link it Z profile. Implement the 1, 2, 3 of ttemp this I symlinked dot Z profile to Z profile optimized. La la la. But the Z profile thing is not going to help very much, is it? Because we are doing login shells. Okay, so I've implemented the first 3 optimization, already implemented with a login system. Okay, so we're gonna remove the Z startup logs. Okay. Okay. And what was the... Analyze component variance. History, 130 milliseconds. Okay, optimizing history loading time. I didn't start this. What am I doing? I'm not vibing hard enough. All right, so this... Okay, so now I can run amp implement 0 design for prompt renderer in Go Labs command apps prompt renderer and vibe off. All right. Uh-oh. How does this work? What does it mean? Has saved history entries. So that's the go build thing. Yeah, no, I don't want that. What is this thing doing, right? Doesn't feel that significantly faster, does it? Ah. 0355335. Okay. Huh. No, I don't think this makes all that much sense. Says loading, loading, right? So we're gonna remove all the ZSH startup logs, and we're gonna try again. What takes so freaking long? It's so weird. Is it the syncing? Like when I exit, it does something too. Okay. In a sub agent, analyze the logs for variants again. And then this guy is still working. It's trying to compile things. So I'm gonna also charm bracelet VHS. I'm gonna say I also have a version of VHS installed. Create a bunch of example scripts to validate the UI. You can also screenshot as txt and get a text screenshot with the version installed. All right, so new bottleneck. History SDK man. What the fuck is SDK man? Oh, this is for Groovy. History. Loading history in the background in ZSH. I'm gonna have to... What the fuck? How could I load history in the background since it's sourcing completions and all? No, so it was history completion ZSH, right? Run VHS always. Use go run. What is it doing here? Holy shit, I'm a little bit scared about this one. I should have git committed. Uh, history query tquery. Oh, okay. Okay, so we remove the logs. Analyze logs in subagent again, now that we have lazy history. Do we have lazy history? It doesn't feel that way. Okay. Hey, Org3. Sorry, I was busy. I must say I haven't used Cloud Code in a while. So I don't know. I like AMP. It works for me, and I feel that I don't want to change tools just right now. We'll see. Like, the one thing that annoys me about AMP right now is that there's no SDK around it, and I really want to build my own tooling, right? Like everybody. So that is a little bit annoying. Other than that, I don't like it. Just works for me, so I'm sticking with it. Hard to tell. I hope you're still here, but I hope you're still here. I guess. Yeah, I don't know. What's it building here? Full demo workflow. The backend is working correctly. The bullet are rendered. Invalid command. Recording failed. All right, well, we'll see what this does. Subagent has completed before 145 milliseconds. This SDK man, all of these are now SDK man benefits. So yeah, lazy load SDK man in subagent. And actually, I'm going to do this. Faster ZHRC. Oh yeah. What made me switch off Claude Code? So I never really used Claude Code. When Claude Code came out, I looked at it a little bit, and I was faster in Cursor at the time, right? Like I don't know if it was bad or not at the time, but I was like not good at agents necessarily. So I was still in Cursor quite a bit at that time, and then I got hooked on M Code fairly fast, and I've stuck with it just because like it works. It worked so nicely. How do you find? Are you using Claude Code? Is that what you're using? And then I've never used Aider, so is it more like a Cursor semi-agentic workflow, or I I always wanted to try Aider, and then I never got around to it. So, and at this point, I'm mostly like just I do Cursor when I do need to do things manually, or I want to ask questions or things like that, but it's mostly I'm just amp coding in the background. I'm actually surprised by how much manual work I have to do here for this ZSH speed up, but that's because ZSH at the end of the day is something that's interactive in terms of the speed feeling. So it created this prompt rendering application. I have absolutely no idea how it works, right? So that's going to be interesting. Let me see if we can do this, and then maybe start with the thing that I actually wanted to build today, which we'll see. I actually really should do, because it makes building so many of my other things so much easier. So if we do prompt renderer, and then we do test the functionality, or we do path to DSL file, defaults to auto discovery, flag needs an argument, test, fail to read, templates YAML. So maybe we should go into this directory, to be honest. Command apps, prompt renderer. No, not prompt middleware, prompt renderer. Do we have YAMLs in here? Okay. So let's do this, right? Wait, templates. .yaml. All right, so this is a little bit broken. Why is this broken? Why is it broken like this? That's very weird. Can I copy paste images into the text console? I don't know. But otherwise, this looks pretty good, right? And I wonder if screenshot template list txt, what does that look like? So that's cool. Demo with bullet points, screenshot template config. Okay, that doesn't look good, huh? Yeah. Set width, set height, 120. That's an interesting view. So it looks like the variables and the preview, it tries to do them side by side, which doesn't really work. And I told it to not do side by side. I told it to put the preview underneath. So that's maybe one thing to add. However, this is a very good start. So I'm just going to commit this and git add a, no, git commit a sparkles add prompt render first version. And I wonder, I know that there's a way to charm bracelet bubble T side by side views with border, like a Vertical split. I never know if vertical split is like this or like this. Yeah, the cursor workflow is, it's basically you have a chat and then, so for the cursor workflow, you have a chat that's like semi-agentic, but it like often asks you to approve, and it's like less on Rails than M code. So it's more like for targeted changes, right? It does ask, yeah, it's very much the same. It asks permissions a little bit too frequently, and it doesn't work as well as M code, and it often like gets into the wrong directory. So this kind of like made me stop really enjoying my work in there, and then M code was doing that pretty well. So that's kind of why I stick with it. And yeah. So how does this do it, right? It's like the lip gloss new style, and then it has join horizontal. So that's the thing I was looking for. So it seems that the preview and the normal stuff is interleaved in a weird way. See txt, what was the one that I was looking at? Screenshot template list txt. Cat. No, screenshot template config. Yeah. Screenshot template config txt. Use lip gloss join horizontal. Maybe. So yeah, we're a little bit out of the vibing here, yeah, of course, but that's I don't know, it's such an insignificant amount of time compared to like real coding. Yes. So the sub agents here ask for confirmation compared to the top level. Well, I know, I guess but they don't allow you to do always, which is interesting. So pyenv, see do I feel a speed up? I do feel a slight speed up, but it's like, it's not fish, that's for sure. Where is my other coding? Okay. Yeah, so here, I think combining the left and right side, it just like got it wrong. And then it has this lip gloss join horizontal. I really need to get onto this JavaScript thing that I want to do actually, because it will make all of the stuff I'm showing will make it like so much easier to do things. I really like this text screenshot thing though, right? It's like move all the tapes and txt into their own directory, clean up the prompt renderer. Gonna do that later. Now it looks nice. There's a weird little thing on line 5, which I wonder what it is, but we'll see about that. The text input field is accumulating text. Okay. Yo, I like this. So if we select this here, and then we have just like a tiny little bit. So toggling the content basic Requirements basic. What is format and context focus? Copy. Do I have this in the clipboard now? Yeah, I do. So that's pretty cool. But what are these little things at the end? So text summarization, content focus, or format. ID basic. Instructions. Please summarize. I have to compare this. I don't think it understood the DSL all that well. So if I go to text summarization, I have summary length, right? Short. Text to summarize. Then I have section and I don't understand the DSL either, right? Because I was so here I can choose simple or detailed. Then in content, okay, and then in format, okay, so a couple of things here. It's so one, entries with just one variant and no bullets should be hidden. Entries with bullets should allow me to toggle individual bullets on, off. Or like, no, entries with just one variant and no bullet should allow me to toggle them on and off. And then the other one was, so we are in, yeah, so here we go. What was the templates YAML? So it has sections with variants and it has two groups. What are the groups for? I don't think we need groups. We don't need groups. Just make them sections as well. And entries with bullets can also have a content with dot being set to the bullets, to the selected bullet list for rendering. Per default, just render all bullets. And so I'm going to try something where in a sub agent in the main implement the fixes from todo.md. And I'm just going to commit before I do that. So here I'm going to do this. And git add remove prompt render, git add dot lipstick fix horizontal preview. Oh, and then the other one is like there's 3 spaces in front of variable border boxes. And then here I'm just going to copy paste this. Right. All right, so I'm gonna let this run. And I like this technique of maybe telling it that it has a to-do MD that it should reload as it loops. I think that's going to be like my cheapo project integration. I was building something yesterday that was going to be pretty cool, but I don't remember how far I got. What was the thing? Migrate GitHub projects task to GitHub command. Amp threads continue. What was happening in here? Transformed MCP task management with GitHub project service. Go run, go build. So I do have this thing. GitHub. So, oh, it doesn't do the completion here, right? Because now it only does it on the second time because of my optimization. Now it does it. See, interesting. Oh, you can see the hiccup when I do enter. That's funny. Okay, but still, like, I think the shell loads faster-ish. It's not great yet, but it's really not the same category that we had before. It's also writing to this log file, so we could run like some analysis later. Because it's doing this in here, right? Run, move, yes. This is where my brain stops, right? Like I have 3 things going on. They're all kind of working and it's just too much for me to not just to like follow them. It's more like I just don't, my brain is not able to comprehend what I need to do to test them is more like the issue, right? And because of that, it is, see, I'm losing my train of thought just thinking of the 3 projects that I have going. And that's why I don't understand these like hundreds of agents, because I do know that each agent is going to do a good job. Like I don't know what they would do more than what I'm asking them to do. Maybe that's just like shortcoming on my side. Because I see them just accumulating too much slop. And maybe this is, you know, I don't know where I'm at. Like, I don't know what the next level is in this vibe coding story, right? It's like things work well enough for me that I kind of feel I'm saturated in terms of the number of features that I build. But then, of course, I say like, oh, I should build this and I should build that. The thing, though, is like I've built many things that I always wanted to build and I didn't even get to testing them. So I don't know what that means. Is my GitHub project stuff like running? Read project items, update project items. Okay, but it deleted quite a few things. Updated project items. Okay. Read project items. Okay. So create an agent task for a hidden covert spy. Create a couple of tasks for a hidden covert spy. So what this is doing, and I had it vibe coded yesterday while I was like kind of stuck on something else, is if I go to Golems and I go to projects, and I go to this project, I should start seeing the different tasks here, right? And so I'm actually not even sure what the tools are in GitHub projects. So I'm going to do MCP help. Oh, it's complaining about the GitHub token stuff. Export GitHub token. Export GitHub owner. Export GitHub project number. GitHub projects MCP. Slice bound out of bound. Okay. So that's maybe a good thing to test. Where is it? Paste. I also only complain about missing .env when missing env variables when doing actual functionality. I don't need them, for example, for MCP tool list. I don't know. This is weird. Okay, infiltrate this. The funny thing is that, right, like if I restart, is like you are an agent, get your project items and start. And I kind of want to know, like what's the update project item that I can use? You are a secret spy. Why is it not able to find that? Where is it? Okay. All right, I've successfully infiltrated the project management system. And what did it start with? Do your first task. Add project items. No, use update project item. Why is it using add project item? Oh, did I disable this? Why is it not enabling it back? Okay, interesting. So that's definitely something we should look at. And then the other thing I wanted to add is a tool to add a comment to our thing. So we'll see. So this is my GitHub project MCP, which I want to use for agents, basically. So if we go back to our lazy loading here, run another variance analysis. So we're going to remove the logs. Oh, it does load faster now. For sure. All right, run the analysis in a sub-agent. Actually, let me... move all the text things to a demo. Yes. See, this is just like three things going on where kind of I do need the move, maybe it doesn't need my input for that actually. Maybe that's the kind of stuff that I should allow it to do. So now it did do three more things, right? So it fixed the issue. And so what did it do to todo.md in our prompt render? Did it do that? Check off the tasks you did and validated in todo.md. Then continue if some are left then continue in a sub agent if some are left. Let the sub agent update todo.md as well. So I guess I'll have to test it now, right? Since all to-dos are done. All right, if you say so. So I can't seem to be able to toggle the sub things, right? So here I do have use clear and concise language. So what does that look like now? Text summarization, sections, ID, content, requirement, variance, bullets. Okay, so I can't seem to toggle them. And then the code review with context doesn't have any sections. No, okay. So in our to-do, it's okay. So we have all of this done. Can't toggle bullets, neither with space or enter, which both should toggle. I'm not seeing the variants for the context, the sections in the code review with context at all. And then in code review, here I can toggle. Oh, look at that. The review aspects. Okay. Maybe it's because I can't toggle the bullet, but they don't seem to render either. Okay, so I'm going to say continue with todo.md in a sub agent. And where was my... Oh, yeah, okay. See, this has a different syntax now. Is it a different amp? Oh, it's an amp from yesterday, isn't it? Fun install amp. Oh. So where was my bun? It's in bun, bun, bin, bun. Okay. Z profile, bun. Echo path. It doesn't have bun in it. That's funny. Oh, okay, so Z profile is actually not loaded. Huh, interesting. Um, all right, so this is continuing. This should now produce, go build this. GitHub projects help MCP, and now I can do list tools. And then list tools has update project ID, has status, priority, ID, add project item, read project items. So I'm going to actually start doing the same thing that I was doing here, which is update the to-do ID. What I want is fix updating project items because this has a bug. Maybe I should just tell it to tail the GitHub projects log, right? But from temp GitHub projects log, you need to tell me written by the MCP, fix updating project items, then add searching by status label for getting project items in CLI and MCP, updating, adding a search. Add sorting plus limit plus date range for getting project items as well. Updating allows setting labels, body. No, I think body and title we can't do. Add verb and tool to add item comment. Okay, so we're going to, however, git add dot fix and variable handling. All right, in a sub agent, it handle the first task in to-do-md and then check it off when done. Use ESH should now work properly because I can now bun install Wait, what is it complaining about? Bun install source graph amp. Okay, I think we're done with the optimization of our shell. In subagent run analysis. Further optimize ESHRC. Here's a summary of what was added. Bullet toggling not working properly in TUI. So wait, did it do it or not? What the fuck? Alright, critical fixes. Yeah, no, I don't need any of that shit. Man, this is Sonnet nonsense, right? So it misunderstood the prompt that I was giving it, right? It misunderstood that. And so continue with to do, so implement P0 from to do in a subagents, write a VHS script to verify and run it to verify. Alright. Yeah, I don't know what it... the continue with to do MD, like I thought would be enough for prompting, but it didn't. So this guy is testing, fixing this. This is not in a subagent, is it? In a subagent, handle the first task in to do MD, handle it when done. And so it's not doing it in a subagent. Maybe it's because it's an old amp? That's weird. Yeah, because it probably found an old amp when I did this. Amp version. Release June 5th. Run install amp. Yeah, look at that. Where does it find this bun? Which amp? So it has NVM in front of bun. Echo path. And then NVM is in front of this. So that's a problem. Right? Because the bun thing should come at end first. Or I should just use npm to install it. So this is running a pretty old version of it, so that's no good. Amp version. Amp threads continue. And so the project GraphQL project. Oh, come on, man. All right, updating project items. So I wonder if that actually worked. Right. Go build. So I don't know if I had to quit here or not. Chats, project management's update thing. So here you are secret spy. Use update project item. Stop if it, yeah. So did it work? Operation coffee, current status, mission status, and progress. Oh, it's in progress here. Okay. And so did it see that it was a draft item? Status in progress. To item type draft issues. Item type. Item type. Add a new. So this might be something to add into our to-do as well. GitHub, GraphQL, CLI. GitHub, projects, to-do MD. Okay, so that's good. Add setting item type, draft, etc. to add project item and update project item and describe the values in the MCP tool prompt. Update verbs. So this would be the first ones, just searching. Do the next 3 tasks in to-do MD after reloading it in a sub-agent. In the meantime, what's the new analysis? PyEnv RBEnv regression. The no rehash optimization seems to have been lost. Okay, try to fix the PyEnv RBEnv optimization. All right, so it fixed its issues, it says here. I like this to-do approach. I mean, I guess many people already did that, and I kind of like poo-pooed it. And I guess I don't know. I think it's more the thing that turned me off more was that it's like they are often so sloppy. Yeah, I hope you know what you're doing, AMP. I hope you know what you're doing. And so this is searching for add comment mutation GitHub. All right, cool. So this is continuing to work here as well. It is able to move projects along, which is really cool. We do have status, priority, labels, created item type. So item type would be good. And then the comments would be pretty nice too to have, if that is possible. The tests are passing. Let me run the VHS verification scripts. It should have done the verification in a sub-agent, it feels like. So that might be a thing to specify next time, because I was hoping that it would avoid doing exactly that. And then in the meantime, our shell script before fix. So we're going to remove these things again. Right, because we have okay, we run the analysis in a sub-agent. So let's see. Any comments? Nope. All right. How long have I been streaming, by the way? Oh, 2.5 hours already. Jesus, and I haven't even started on my JavaScript stuff. But I do have my GitHub MCP and I do have my prompt renderer, so that's not the worst thing. And maybe we can test the prompt renderer now. Right? Let's go run. And if we do this, I still can't toggle these. Oh, I can. Okay. It's like a little bit hard to see. Oh yeah, this is nice. Okay, so a few more things to do here. A few more things to add, which is default bullets selected, and then add a title for each section. Display the label. Display the label for each section. Styled. And then if we look at this, at the bat templates, this is summarized text, right? Text summarization, ID requirements, variance bullets, and then display label for bullets sections as well. And use the same as for variants for bullet point items, and add a short description to the variants to show in the UI as well instead of the ID if present, right? All right, so where was our AMP code for that? That was the super fast. Systematic optimization eliminated 800 milliseconds of startup time. Not really, huh? I mean, it's decently fast now compared to the rest, so we're gonna call it a day. Gets that up. Sparkles. Further optimize ESH, and then we're just gonna push. All right, cool. So that was number one. Rendered prompt, reload to do MD and tackle the next items. In a sub-agent, run the VHS verification in the sub-agent as well. And then here, implemented next 3 to-do tasks for this. So we're going to build it. Go build, except it's in dot. And I think if I do Command R, it will just like reload it. Okay, so that's cool. So we can also GitHub projects MCP list tools. We can look at read project. We can look at add project item content, required parameters. Oh, that's a comment. Add project item. This has content ID string, item type, draft issue, issue pull request, and low, medium, high. And then, okay, so if we are in GitHub projects, right? And then I look at the to-do, we're gonna say make issue the default type, mention that draft issue should be used for tentative items. And then add searching by this and this and this. So add a new issue for fun. Does it allow updating the type? No. Allow setting initial labels. Adverb to query labels of project. Query, oh. Query project labels. And adverb to query project labels, right? To get project info, including defined labels. Allow setting initial labels and add project items. That comes after here. Make issue is in this order. And okay, add a new issue for fun and add a comment on it after starting it. Huh. And allow updating issue type. And then bug when adding new project item. The item is created successfully, but we get an error. Mention in the add comment tool that only issue and pull request types can have comments, not draft issue. Okay, so add a new item issue for testing. Okay, so this failed. Try again, just once, just so we get like minimal debug logs. And man, it's a lot of debug logging, isn't it? All right, so C bug.log. I don't know how, I've been so long that I really used Vim as my main editor, like 20 years. I don't know how to do multiple tabs. BN? I don't remember. Okay. Reload to-do.md. Fix the bug in a sub-agent. What else can we do? Can we run things in parallel? I don't think so. Then start a new sub-agent to tackle the next feature. Do all the way up to get project info, verb, and MCP tool. All right, we'll see where this brings us. And we had our prompt renderer project, which I always forget where it is. Run prompt renderer test, yes. I hope it wasn't blocked for too long. See, I really want this like mcode SDK. This is getting tiresome to have to watch over it manually and just not make myself an app that shows me all of this stuff at once. I mean, I'm sure everybody says that and is working on building their own and whatever. I don't feel like I can put my brain at one more thing. Can I? We could try. Because I have two things to try. I have my streaming base API in my LLM framework that I've started to retouch, and then I have this Jesus thing, which is a port of my JavaScript MCP, but seemingly when I load it as an MCP, it doesn't work anymore. So that's a little bit not that great. And I'm not sure why it doesn't not work anymore. And also I think the bug is not all that hard to find. JS register factory. Ooh, and I'd had the JavaScript bindings to fix. I don't know if my brain can take it right now. It's a weird day. I feel weird today. So I'm going to focus on finishing the prompt renderer. and this GitHub project MCP. I'm not sure what you're trying to say, Sensation. N'est-ce pas? Is that French? Well, I did like a big extraction of this. So this I know. This is because I'm refactoring the base JavaScript abstractions, and the reason why it doesn't work as an MCP anymore, that I think is that's a good question. I don't know. This was like all a prototype, and then I moved a lot of things around, refactored the base JavaScript. The refactor was like not done with an LLM, and it's yeah, it's all like a big piece of work in progress actually, where I'm not really sure where I was going along. So I moved it into its own project at least, instead of having it in my experiments folder. And I'm not sure. I coded at a hackathon, so that version still works. After that, the port over, there were so many things that were like that I cleaned up and moved around. It could be that the MCP functionality is just not registered in the new main file or something like that. We'll see. I don't think it's a. I think it's like a flag missing somewhere, or like registering a command. All right, implement next priority UI UX improvements. I feel weird today. Like maybe the sun did me some bad. I don't know. I mean, I guess I could look at the source code, or I could fix this JavaScript binding stuff. So I think the JavaScript add streaming JS support. This is a refactor I started a week ago already. Wow. Let's take a look. Because I did refactor the streaming in the base API, and I was like, oh, the JavaScript bindings. Because I added JavaScript bindings that run like in promises with concurrency. So like pretty subtle stuff. And I had to engage my brain for sure, which I hadn't done in a long time. So it was the 15, and then it was add streaming JS support. I also had like a pretty busy week at work. Like I wrote like 40,000 lines of code at work or something like that. So it's just a lot to remember. Right. So we were in, what were the last things we did in this project here? I think we were refactoring our JavaScript steps. I should summarize my streams actually and see what was I doing last. That might actually be even something that we could actually try. Let me see. AI Studio, Google.com. And then I can go to my YouTube and look at this last stream that I did. Jesus used JS. And I'm just going to summarize that, right? What things did we do and where did I stop? It's too long, huh? Start time and seconds. So I could do, what's the duration of this video? I thought it wasn't that long. Who knows? It's 3 hours. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this was definitely the event-driven concurrency JavaScript madness. So it's 3 hours, an hour is 3,600 seconds, right? So end time. Where's my star? There we go. Does that work? Why can't I? Token prompt has been reduced. I thought I'd be able to do... What's the max tokens I can put in here? Okay. All right. Yeah, it's all like a pretty complicated thing that I'm doing because I have an event-driven thing that I want to run over Kafka, and it has to be integrated into the concurrency of a single-threaded VM, the JavaScript VM, which has like a single event loop, but I'm doing all the concurrency in Go. And then I built this whole JavaScript framework on top of an abstraction that I now removed. And so it was just like a lot of machinery where I realized, okay, this is all way too complex what I built, because this was before LLMs were big enough to handle the amount of code that it takes to work with simpler abstractions. So this like complex abstraction that I built, a framework that allows me to express things in a small amount of lines, is actually more complex than giving it a very simple API and then just letting it build the things as they go. So we'll see. All right, let's try this one. Hopefully now it works properly. So I can do clear simple, so that doesn't display anymore. And then here the checklists are a little bit weird. I like the labels. So this still works, but it doesn't select the one. At this point, maybe I should look at the source code of this and just see, is this a good idea? Okay, but so that works. Context toggle. All right, that's cool. Code review assistant. So it just, one bug is in here, right? The selected variant doesn't show up as selected anymore. And maybe I should look at the source code just to see if this is important. I wonder why some of them are like selected and some are not in the bullets. Review focus area. All right, select. So if I go, so I'm going to unselect the two in the middle. Going to switch back. Okay. So the selected variant doesn't show up anymore. Bullet points are all selected by default. When toggling bullet variants, remember the selected bullet points. And at this point, maybe I should look at my base abstractions here because it seems that it's mixing things up. All right. Let's do one more. Where's the context size of this guy? So this is the verification UI improvement here. Reload to do MD and fix those bugs, and toggling, then write up a detailed in a sub-agent. Reload to do, then write up a detailed implementation MD that explains how the prompt renderer... Let's look at the source code. At this point, maybe we should. So I think it has the main, and then it probably has like a... it probably has like a super long model file. Test renderer, test P0 fixes, template list, new template list model. Oh, it actually has like two models, right? And then the template config is a huge model probably. Yeah. So maybe what we should do at this point is ask it to, how big is our context here? Maybe we should not do this. So oh no. So write an implementation MD that explains how this application is built and how it works, with all the context necessary for a new developer to start developing on this project. For example, a junior dev or intern. Give useful paragraphs, bullet point lists, pseudocode sketches, referencing function names and file names. We're going to write this implementation, and then this will allow us to start a new AMP session and then use that. All right, where's our MCP at? Implement next features to get MCP. What did it build here? I have successfully completed all the requested tasks. Bug fix. The timing issue when adding new timing with the code couldn't immediately retrieve them to eventual consistency. Nice. Retry logic with progressive delays. So I think this is also ballooning to a point where maybe I should look a little bit at the source code and suggest a new architecture, where you'll see this is actually like a pretty interesting point in all of this, is that I YOLO'd a lot, right? And the slop accumulates. And however, you can YOLO refactors at it pretty quickly, right? Because like ultimately these are very simple programs. And saying what the correct abstraction should be and like just creating smaller files and like, you know, reorganizing that so that further YOLO requests are very easy to do is also very easy to do, because you just need to tell the model kind of like refactor this to be cleaner, right? And I'm going to run it here because like this is also like a lot of code that's accumulating. It looks like it did that in the main script, or like I don't fully know why this is like now scrolling like that. So bug fix, feature implementation, updated comment tool description, added item type conversion, can now convert between draft issue, issue, and pull request types, change default to issue, implemented get project info, new CLI tool, enhanced label support, can now set initial labels when creating project items, and 5 MCP tools, comprehensive CLI, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I'm going to Z GitHub projects. I'm going to add the project info command, right? And I'm going to add main.go. This is weird, like why there's not many changed files. Did I commit recently? Yes, maybe I did. So add project info, etc. I'm gonna do go build. We're gonna reload. And then we're going to start a new chat. If I look at the MCP, it has 5 tools, amongst them get project info. So we're going to test that one. So this is also a project. I never looked at the source code, which is fun. So it got my project info. Okay, cool. Labels, categorization tags, code reviewers. So did it get the labels? Labels, assignees, titles, fields, titles, labels. Okay. So in project info, let me see that just to add to it. In the MCP for project info, no need for the fields. However, mention all reviewers and labels. Well, no, reviewers, I don't need to. All the, is there nothing for labels in here? Or is this? Okay, cool. Is there nothing I can add in terms of labels? What about this? Oh, because they're not part of... So if I convert that to an issue, I do need to create the issue in a repo, right? So how does that work? Create a new issue typed item. Which might fail because you do need to specify a repo, right? Convert to issue. Not yet implemented. Okay. This might require providing a project where the actual issues are put. Right, so I didn't know that. So this is pretty good. I'm going to do an O3 research because I'm not sure how this works. I have a tool to create items in a GitHub v2 project, GraphQL API. However, I want to convert however, I can only create draft issues, probably because issues need to be linked to a proper repo. What are the GraphQL commands available to create a real issue directly or convert a draft issue to an issue? And can I set labels, query available labels over GraphQL as well? This weird GraphQL projects, like the GitHub projects are weird, and maybe I shouldn't have like focused on them. I should have gone straight to linear. Who knows? So I've created the implementation, right? Which is an interesting thing to look at because so I'm back in my prompt renderer. I do have the implementation of how it built it, right? Which is pretty nice. But we do have a big file with a big model. And I also wanted to tell it to like reorganize that into a PKG kind of structure. And also do smaller model files, right? So now that we have this implementation here, I'm going to say, look, what are the kind of submodels that we could use, and split it into submodels, each into its own file. So these are adding new features. This is Sonnet slop. I hate it. To add a new variant type. Actually, those are pretty useful. Update parser, that's cool too. Update renderer, update TUI, adding new DSL features, add new UI features. Test, yeah, those are actually pretty useful. Best practices for new features, start small. Who cares about that shit? Common gotchas. Remember that models are immutable. Focus management. Okay. No. 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 All right, cool. Yeah, I don't care about that either. Common gotchas, focus management. I don't need that either. Okay, because now we can create a new amp, right? Using implementation MD, split the model for the template config, which is quite big, into submodels in different files in PKGTUI models, right? So that the whole app becomes easier to manage. All right, YOLO. So this is kind of like tell the AI what to do kind of approach again, which is like, this is too big for me, make it smaller, and I don't actually think about it. I'll just let the UI, the LLM decide how to refactor it, because usually it's better than I am at doing that. It's certainly more thorough. All right, so going back to our GitHub stuff, how does the GraphQL library even work? Note the handy label IDs, any repo label IDs. Create issue repository ID. Oh. Okay. Is there a source for this saying? Input objects are described as Jesus, this is so enterprisey. I love it. It's nice. Like, I'm swearing about it, but it's nice. It's just like really a mouthful if you don't want to spend the time to understand this, which I don't want to. I really don't care. Auto-generate input type of whatever. This is just like badly described. That's like kind of or it's like not pleasant to read, even though you could make it pleasant to read. Draft items live only inside the project. To turn one into a full issue, use that. So maybe we should just like create issues straight into a certain repo that we configure over an environment variable as well. Adding, removing labels after creation, discovering the labels you can use. Paginate with this. If you need a to mint a brand new label first, there's create label. I thought we didn't have a create label mutation, but we do because it's on a project, right? Okay. So this is great. So if we go to the GitHub projects, then I can actually in ttemp to, what do we have here? 04 GitHub repository issues management.md, and we're going to paste this documentation, and this is the template renderer, and then this is the project thing. So this is going to be a pretty big feature now to add this repository functionality, and maybe it's time to clean up the code base a little bit on the GitHub thing as well. So I'm going to quit Claude and I'm going to open Cursor for a bit. And I am going to go open folder to my workspaces. And then what date is that? It's the 20th. GitHub project GraphQL CLI. I'm going to look at that. So we have the different commands. That's the different CLI commands, right? So I'm going to clean that up in a sub agent, move all the commands to command GitHub projects commands and move the main.go to command GitHub projects main.go to clean up the main directory. Move anything else that is worth cleaning up here. Which one's big? So the issues, issue with labels, issues, get repository label. Oh, we already have a repository label functionality, right? Get label IDs by names, add labels to labelable. Okay. And then the MCP we want to split out, right? In a separate sub-agent, split up the MCP tools into PKG MCP tools and move the rest of the mcp.go to package MCP. Don't compile in either agent. That will be done once the agents are finished. Run in parallel. So this kind of like explicit sub-agent prompting I think is still necessary. At the moment, I wonder if there will be some good approach from mcode to figure that out. I know I have quite a few ideas on how to implement that, and depending on how much I talk to Jeff, we'll see if I can communicate some of those. Or if I'll just have to build a tool that creates the prompts to send to AMP to do the right sub-agent scheduling, which is maybe something I should do as well. Actually, I should do that, but not just yet. So the other thing that I wanted to do as a repo, and maybe we should just create it while this is going, right? Like this is cleaning up its structure. This is also cleaning up its structure. And I forgot to say amp. So we'll see what this, I hope I committed the prompt renderer. I don't think I did. Haha. Live and learn. Oh. So are we going to start a 7th thing here? Add streaming JS support. Maybe we will. Maybe we will create a new repo, my friends. Go golems. Repositories. So I want to have repositories with all my Goja modules, right? Goja modules JS. I know that there are some that are common JS Goja, exploring Goja, awesome Goja, Sheets and Golang with Sheet.js. Oh, interesting. Goja Node.js. Type definitions are published to npm JS as. Oh, interesting. Oh, how does that work? That's interesting. Type definitions. So this has URL process console buffer native modules. Oh, that's pretty cool. Is there documentation in the original projects about this? Because I don't think there is, right? This has some very, very minimal kind of documentation. Require module.go. Okay, this is pretty cool. So we're going to take the deep wiki version of this. And we're going to take the require native modules module system. And we're going to go to our good friends chat OpenAI. Design a new Golang repo where I can put all my modules native Go exposed to Goja. And we're going to give it like the real source as well. GitHub.com and expose them easily to Go to JS. For example, a simple FS library and a simple process execution library. All right, off you go. Off you go. This is going to be cool. I do have to go play video games at some point because I have an appointment with an old friend. But I think I can vibe a little bit more, even in my half brain dead state. Yes. It really is struggling refactoring this stuff, right? Like this stuff refactoring I should just do in Goland. I'm not sure. Because this the slop accumulates, right? Like you can see that, like over time, it just like starts doing a lot of stuff that is just not very cool. I'm also gonna delete these because we don't need them. And these test files, for example, they're like ad hoc tests, which we don't necessarily need anymore. And they might be annoying because they push like legacy code around. Then we have these weird verify P0 fixes and UI improvements, like all of that we could, that's maybe something I could put into my agent MD, which is like test functionality should always go into like a XYZ folder. So, all right, below is a practical repo. I shouldn't do so many things at once. Wait, what is it doing? Reorganize RF? What are you talking about, my friend? Oh shit, I didn't indicate the full path. Wait, what are you doing? Yeah, but what about the MCP here? Okay, sure, if you want to. I hope you know what you're doing, my dear Amcode. I hope you know what you're doing, because I don't see the MCP code anymore. All right. So here also it's starting to delete stuff. We'll see. These like refactors and splits, never too sure about them. So this is more like a big experiment, and then we'll see where this leaves us. This one is going to be a little bit problematic. Like, thank God I have history in VS Code open so that this, because I had cursor open, will capture this. But I hope that it remembers what it's doing enough to recreate everything, right? So the subagent 5 is recreating the MCPs. And it lost them, right? Yeah, that was like fucking stupid, my friend. That was really stupid, my friend. You didn't remember that, huh? So we're going to projects. I restored the deleted command apps GitHub projects. Move the MCP stuff over to the new location in GitHub projects main.go and package GitHub MCP. Command. See this weird parallelization and like removing of things. Like I made a mistake with the path. That's definitely on me. Definitely on me. To not have verified that and to just like YOLO it out. But yeah. Because we are halfway through the refactor here. My mistake. I mean, you have to push things at times, right, to see how far you get, how playing a little bit fast and loose. This is not like anything I need to ship tomorrow. I do have something else to ship, not tomorrow, but that I need to finish tomorrow, so we'll see about that one. Anyway, this was a bit of money down the drain, but that's how you learn. All right. So we are refactoring this. What is that? Oh, that's a prompt renderer finished. Okay, alt test pass. Let's see how far it pushed that, right? So the cleaned up code base doesn't look very cleaned up. Split the large into a template config file, template go, config okay. That is pretty nice. UI renderer, form handler. What did it create here exactly? Oh, it misunderstood everything. That's pretty fun. Turn the split out code into individual charm bracelet bubble T models to be reused individually, not just helpers as you did. Yeah, I don't... Well, let's first test it before I start like complaining. All right, let's commit refactored version. Then we're going to clean up these tests here. And we're going to clean up this. Oh man, Reggie. I should finish Reggie too. So why is this complaining now? Test render, test P0 fixes. Sure, goodbye. Goodbye. Oh wait, was testing... What did test do? So this was test P0 fixes, right? Test renderer. Alright, yeah, that's fine. So now in a sub agent, because now we have the to-do stuff to handle, right? Maybe I should do that in cursor. The selected variant doesn't show up as selected anymore. However, the config, it has like these... Let me see how this works. So we have update, editing A100 normal input. Because this is this is not the charm bracelet way of doing things, and I don't know if it's all that clever or not. Handle toggle, state manager toggle, form handler, and so the view method is return UI renderer render view. And so this is going to, in the viewer, mark it bullet point. So this is going to be the same as these, right? I guess this is really just easier to do by hand. So marker, if item selected, marker is this. So we're going to do that. And then here, if opt is equal to item values, this is kind of hard to say. Header style for opt, marker, opt, item value. There's some old school by hand writing code. Jesus Christ, this is unbelievable. Opt, so the opt simple, wait, what am I doing? Opt simple plus, all right, let me, value. Oh my God, my cat is starting to meow, which, as you well know, drives me crazy, so I'm gonna have to stop. Hey, shut up. All right. Text summarization. Value, opt, simple value, simple. So the opt here for opt item options for sections is the item value. Oh my God. Yeah, so the options need to be C implementation MD. The options in form item, template config form, are the label value, but opt is the ID. So templates YAML, for example, we have this, for example, is never selected correctly because, and this is where it's nice to have text stuff, opt is never going to be the ID. We need to add a custom type. So here we clearly are out of vibe coding. I'm sure you could figure this out by adding logging, by adding all of that stuff to close the feedback loop. At this point, I'm just like using the opportunity to investigate a little bit what's going on under the hood after all, right? So, however, we got really fucking far, right? Then there's this weird thing where why are these not, if I select this, basic summarization requirements, is this in code review where I can switch the code review focus? Yeah, and so it loses the selections, right? And then it has like a weird state where it's like not on the first bullet point here. So I think having submodels is really going to help because it's trying to render it all at once. And I think having a list of, a section model and a variable model and then a list thing up here, all of that is going to make it much easier, I think, to handle that. Okay. Next, when we toggle a variant, the bullets selected are lost. So sometimes it's also just faster to do stuff in cursor rate, especially when you want to like gather O3. I'm not sure if Amcode uses O3 at some points for some things, but that might be quite useful for this kind of like debuggy tasks. La 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 la. What is you're running out of tokens, all preserved. So we do now have GitHub MCP tokens tools, add projects items. Is this an import missing metadata for Golems, Go Labs, PKG GitHub? Package MCP, import cycle not allowed. Okay. Fix the compilation of Go Labs command GitHub projects. So is that true, my friend? Did you really fix these things? So that is for sure working. Right? The space thing doesn't work anymore. Yeah, UI stuff, at some point, it's always when the structure is not nice, and here it's definitely not nice. It's playing against the grain. So these things work, and it seems to preserve that. Nice. Okay, so per default, all bullets are toggled. Yeah, O3 is like great at doing these kinds of like targeted fixes that require logic across bigger sections. In the meantime, this guy is like fixing things. Yeah, so using O3 in cursor, which is something I didn't do very much before, is something that makes me want to use cursor more again, which is nice. And if I go into tools and integration, I don't want this guy, what the fuck? Models, no, tab, chat, general, chat, command allow list, go. All right, updated the default selection logics. No bullets are pre-selected anymore. No, all bullets should be selected, actually. And then I'm just going to use O3 to split this out into models, because I think that's exactly the kind of logic that it would like. And if it doesn't work, I'll try to do it with O3 Pro. Okay, cool. This is a pretty nice tool. I'm going to call it ambulance. Fix bugs. So what I'm going to do now is analyze template config and all other config template config files and suggest a way to refactor this to be a more bubble tea like structure with different nested models rendered one after the other, especially with regard to percolating the size changes to make sure that sub widgets are sized properly. This will make it easier to add more widget types later on. And oh, I wanted to start my Go project, right? So this was the repo label stuff, which is still refactoring. And then I wanted to create a new thing to store all my JavaScript libraries. And I want a spiffy name for it. I want Goja. Goja modules for Goja modules for golems. Public, create repo, woody. We're gonna go to corp, gonna clone git submodule, add git add github.com, golems, Goja, VSM repo, VSM discover. Okay, and I'm going to say initial Goja repository with the repos. Do we even need many repos? I guess we need Geppetto. Let's put glaze because that never hurts. I think that's all. And then go template agent MD. All right, so VCD initial Goja repository, go.work. I don't know why it says that you should do that. Go work use dot. And wait. Oh, I should add Goja, right? Goja repository, Goja. There we go. Goja go work use dot. And then we're going to create our first document, which we're going to take straight out of our browser, which is where? Did I close that? Oh no, there it is. Okay, cool. Maybe I should clone the Node.js repo. Maybe I should clone that. So we're gonna go to corp, third party, git clone. All right. VSM discover. VSM list repo grep Node.js. So I never looked at how this code works. Okay, but that's where it stores its stuff. Okay. So we're going to VSM add the VSM add, and then here we're going to add Goja Node.js. And we're going to add that part. Yeah, this is starting to get confusing as fuck. Wait, why are we not using the tools directory? Oh. Okay, well, you can continue doing your stuff. You can finish 2, right? Like we're pretty satisfied with this thing here. And then where was my, what is this? This is streaming JS. Initial Goja repository is the one. I'm going to go into Goja, go work use dot. Then I'm going to go into Goja, vim ttemp 01 Goja initial plan.md and take that from here. Okay. And JS mods root, Goja. Oh, we're gonna add Jesus. That's what I was gonna say. WSM add Jesus. Okay, Jesus. Go work use dot. And we're gonna open this all in okay, so this is going to be our repository for JavaScript functionality. This is our JavaScript REPL, which seemingly has trouble working. Because why? No required module provides. The fuck? Okay, sure. Go build, command Jesus. Do you work? You threw a weird error before JS register factory. register factory. JS register. Yeah, that's because I deleted the factory until we get more functionality. So that's cool. That was the refactor I was working on the other day. We didn't have a go sum, so that's good too. Go add go mod pkg go sum ambulance compile. Jesus. Cool. We can push that. Well, I guess. And then we have in Goja the initial plan. Tiny example runner loads a script or a REPL. That's all cool. Okay, so I guess, should I just do it in O3 in cursor? Or should I amp it? Let's see how far we get. Implement. So you can see this is like pretty much tell the AI what to do, but I do it in a pipelined way. I look up the documentation of what I want to do, right? Like I looked at DeepWiki. I made sure that kind of the documentation contains enough information that I get a sense that this could work. I then went to O3 in the chat UI because I don't know, I like it, and had it make like a pretty cryptic plan, right? Like this is very, very cryptic. This doesn't really tell us detailed information. It has like code that is very, very minimal, that doesn't really work per se. And then I give that usually to M code, or here, I don't know why I tried O3. I could just like maybe try Sonnet. I'm just trying to experiment because Sonnet and Cursor was just annoying me so much. And I've never really used O3 for coding. Like maybe I should use O4 Mini. Could be another idea. Maybe I'll redo this with O4 Mini, just see how far I go, how far I get. And so here, this thing is like definitely this refactor I should have done by hand in Golang. Like I should remember that just like refactoring stuff is a brilliant way of just destroying content. So we'll see. I'll let this once more go, and then I'll just redo it entirely by hand. That's really like one of the things where you're just wasting so many tokens for nothing, really, because I can drag and drop them in Golang. This was a test just to see, okay, how far can you get again? But this is not a good use of compute. It really isn't. All right, so here we have a plan of refactoring these things into bubble T modules for our template renderer. Problem with the current layout, ad hoc helper structs, none of them implement T model. All input handling lives in the parent, which makes it hard to add new widgets. Rendering logic is interwoven. All models that need the terminal satisfy this one. Message flow, var changed message, toggle changed message, preview update. That's great. I really love this. Resizing cascade is great too. I love O3 for planning. That's great. And so, so maybe what I can do at this point is just go to O4 Mini and just say like, go ahead. Like they are better refactorers than they're better architects than I am at this point. It just could be that their architecture makes no sense. Did this already finish? Write file sync, export, test, the REPL, new registry, reg enable, new main, new engine, new run string, console log, native modules. Object require cache. Quick inline REPL. That prints the registered module. Sure. Build and run. Oh, I love this. O3 is nice, man. It's nice in cursor. Yeah, no, go ahead. Yes. See, this is why AMP code is nice, is like avoiding this kind of nonsense, because this really just like takes time away, right? And it doesn't teach me very much about the code itself either, right? It's just I didn't read this all too much. So where are those files? What is that? Oh, it really likes like small shit, which is good. I just should have told it to put it into subdirectories, but all right, we'll be surprised. Let's see what happens. Invalid module at Gani Gorgiev 2 years ago. So I wonder, O4 Mini here, not doing too hot. So this is 0304 Mini in cursor. We can try after this initial version of running the same thing in AMP, because this is doing a lot of weird stuff as well. Config preview, config status. It writes fast, man. This is pretty... I've laid out the problem. I've laid out the thing so that we can start in scrapping. Next, yes, continue. But you can see this, the slop accumulating, right? Like, I don't know how good the models are at cleaning up after themselves. Usually they weren't, but they started to be. I think also maybe prompting. In AMP code, they kind of do things. But we'll see. And I'll have to stop at 9 p.m., I think. But in any case, before we destroy all of this with refactoring, it was a usable tool. So I don't know why it's struggling quite a bit here. Maybe I should go read the website, huh? Did we have anything else running? I think it was the GitHub project command stuff here. All right, so what did it do here? The tasks, oh man, it scrolled back all the way. There's like something weird with the scrolling here. So import cycle removed, circular dependency, fixed incorrect access, go run command GitHub projects, which works. Impressive. So we're gonna, I guess, add command GitHub projects, add pkg GitHub, add ttemp. So this is a tractor refactor and clean up GitHub projects. It did move it into the wrong directory. I'm not going to care too much. Go build local bin GitHub projects, command GitHub projects. And the thing we need now, right, like this is the big one now, is that we do need add an env variable for the GitHub repository to create issues in and implement Didn't we store all that stuff in a file already? 0 git log stat GitHub repository issue management. And then do we have todo.md? So I guess we can remove this. And implement issue-related functions to be using that repository. Load the labels in that repository when asking for project info. Basically, we want to tie all the MCP functionality to that repository so that to make the API easier. Update project item when going from draft to issue should move that issue to the repo C04 GitHub repository issue management. Now let's see where that goes. Oh yeah, O3 through cursor. Well, it's 1x now. Yeah, that's why I use it so much. It's like it's actually the same price as Sonnet 4. I think is like half price now, right? Let me see. Sonnet. Oh no, Sonnet. It's like the same price as Sonnet, the normal one, right? So that's why I've been like YOLOing a little bit with it. Which one is the one that is like half price? Maybe there was one that was like on sale for a while. I know there was one that was like 0.x, 0.5x, but doesn't seem to be that way anymore. All right, so what did it do here? Shall I go ahead and yes, don't stop. Just go, go, go. Oh, yes. So definitely doing a lot at the same time. Which I don't know if it's like that unproductive. All right, so this was I mean, my brain right now actually forgets what I'm working on already, so it's pretty funny. This guy really struggles, right? This guy really, really is struggling. So what we're going to do is... I don't know what this means. Invalid module at require. So what we're going to do is, should I try with O3 and just see if O3 does a better job and rewind? Should I do that? Go back here and switch to O3. The problem is like the model switcher, it will do it across all the cursors, which is like fucking annoying. I'm going to revert and just try O3. Right, it's back to O3 in the other cursor, which is really annoying. I love my background, man. I want to see my background more. No, it's not that one. It's not that one. Oh, it changes it per scene. That's pretty cool. But yeah, I like this one. I think that works pretty well. As a background, at least with a black t-shirt. Yeah, I like this a lot. I like that aesthetic. Maybe I'll stay with that aesthetic. Alright, but anyway, back to business. The plumbing is all in place. Feel free to give it a try. Why, it doesn't compile, bro. But what is it that doesn't compile? .2? Maybe that was a typo. Too many return values. Want T command. T model T command. Set size. Yeah, no, this needs to be definitely. Yeah, we'll let it figure it out by itself. Build and fix. Yeah, well, get ready, like your wallet should get ready, because it goes fast. It goes fast because it is expensive, and it goes fast because it's so fucking annoying. So fucking addictive, sorry. Alright, so we built successfully and executed a tiny runner. Console output. So O3 just built it. Build and run. Goja, it got reference console is not, and then it just enabled the console. Yeah, man, O3. O3, you little snazzy little dude. Alright, so what do we have here? T-temp modules, go mod, go sum, engine, command. Alright, cool. So, Sparkle's initial Goja library. Git push. Oh, we're going to do the push later on. Left hook install. Okay, now integrate this into Jesus REPL, right? So O4 mini high is maybe the thing to try, right? So no, it shouldn't update the, it shouldn't ignore the model. No. What is that for a weird syntax? What the fuck? Why is it eliding lines? What the heck is that? Dot dropped the returned model from update and dot call update within set size. Or is it? Oh no, it is. Maybe. Set size. This needs to be bubbled up, updated all the way in bubble T. No? All right, so mcode seems to have added the repository. So I wonder if that works. I'm going to have to set the credentials. Yeah, you can't use OpenAI tokens. It's like going all straight through their own credit billing. Let me quickly censor my screen while I add the repository to my config, and then we can try out this project. Like that would be like a nice success thing. GitHub repository is going to be GoGo Labs, and we're back. So let's see. Okay. We are here in this directory. We're gonna do go build local bin GitHub projects. And if we go to Claude and we do GitHub projects, okay, get project items. Getting all the project items. And, you know, this is starting to be, if you look at my talk about MCPs, that's kind of the issue you run into with MCPs, is that you just start to have like a lot of tokens. Get project info. So does this show the labels that are valid? No. So that's one thing to add, right? It's like when getting project info, the labels in there should be fetched from the given repository run in subagent. So let's continue here. Create a new issue. Oh no, wait, it has the labels. Never mind. And I'm not going to waste tokens on that. It did have this. Okay, create a new issue with label documentation. All right, what's going on here? Okay. Man, this is fucking amazing. This is stuff I wanted to build for so long. Look at that. All right. Okay, add some comments to it. Man. Okay, cool. Crazy. Crazy. Add repository handling. Okay. add a verb plus MCP tool to update issue comment in subagent. That is wild. Just as it strikes 9 p.m., we have a really nice GitHub projects MCP. So, and we have a prompt renderer that it's trying to clean out. Thought for seconds, what is it doing with Node? No need for Node. Run Jesus REPL or something. Okay, and then this is the return. Okay, app model receives a synthetic window size to this returns model. We dropped the model because it's still the same pointer. Okay, that's crazy, like crazy O3. That's wild. And does this actually work? So the enter doesn't work anymore. The toggling bullet list points doesn't work. And okay, toggling bullet points doesn't work anymore. And then what is this context toggle supposed to be? Context request, main prompt, direct code review request, review this code. Please provide context about this. So that's just a single bullet point, right? Okay, and type toggle C templates. But YAML doesn't toggle either. So does this now work? Yeah. O3 is kind of creepy, huh? And then this one was toggling between two lists, right? And then oh, but it doesn't keep the bullet points that are set across. Toggling a variant with different bullet points should keep the state of bullet points per variant. All right. And kind of the issues that I'm like fixing here is that, you know, I should have done the submodels earlier. I should have like given it the hint to decompose the problem in a way that I knew would be growing well as we go. That's something that you can commoditize into a agent MD, for example. So there's all these like little things that keep happening to me that I keep forgetting, where I'm like, you should always like tell charm bracelet, blah, blah, blah. And that's because even though my workspace manager now knows how to copy an agent MD from somewhere, I don't have a function to update that agent MD. And that's something that all of that I want to do with my JavaScript environment, not with the other thing. So update issue comment. Okay. So we can do that in here. I'm not sure if I reload this now that I will have the new tool. Yeah, I do have this. Okay. Update the issue comment to check off a few items. Did it work? So this looks like we need two things here, right? So add a get issue comments and also return the ID of created issues updated. The ID of created issues plus comments, updated issues plus comments, so that the agent knows what to update in the future in subagent. Type toggle doesn't toggle either. The section of type toggle, see templates YAML at the bottom in the code review example. And the last one was this here, right? Run the... Okay, yeah. It's because you need to kill it. So if I do this, right? Go run... Where am I? Go run Jesus command Jesus REPL, and then I can do fs. Const fs is require fs. Invalid module at const exec is equal to require exec. Console.log foobar console. All native bindings are available automatically. In Goja Node.js, no, in Goja we have our REPL, and okay, man, why can't I? Const fs is require fs. Why can't I copy paste this? Because of the blinking cursor? Write that kind of code in REPL main.go to test things in an agent loop. Also add debug logging as needed. You can even modify the third party Goja Node.js code. Curious. Nice. So now we have this thing to handle, right? Which is if I untoggle things and then I toggle this, they're shared, right? The toggled bullets in a section with multiple variants should be saved per variant. Currently, toggling them in a variant will toggle them in the other. And then I think that's like kind of the last one. I'm gonna keep this like the fact that if I press arrow up, my arrow is lost because it's like on this like review focus areas or whatever. That I'll fix another time. And whatever it's doing here, I kind of really want to get yeah, no, don't run the REPL by yourself. Don't run the REPL instead. Just run REPL main.go in Goja. All right. Make it create a test script to run it non-interactively so that we can also repeat it with different tests. All right, so did that fix it? That was the last thing we needed to test, right? It's like if I disable those and then I toggle, all right, but they should also be all selected. Okay, almost. Bullets should also be all on by default the first time we switch to another variant. And at that point, this kind of logic stuff is something I would look more closely at because it's starting to stink to have to fix that like 4 times is more like indicative of like, you know, maybe is the abstraction that it shows here like not all that great. It's not too bad, but like the fact that it has to format strings at the place of use like means it would be good to have like a state kind of management structure, something like that. All right, last thing, last try, they're all selected. And if I switch, they're all selected here. I'm gonna remove the first 2, switch here, remove the last 2, switch back, and then I'm gonna vote here and then switch this. And okay, cool. And I didn't tell O3 that it could run VHS, which was maybe also a mistake. Go git add shared, git stat, and then sparkles. Finish the V1 of the prompt renderer. Go format, make lint. Oh, all right, well, I guess git add command art formatting, and then what's the workspace status? All right, so I'm gonna create a pull request, add prompt renderer, 50,000 tokens. La la la. This added get issue comments. So I'm not sure if that will like all fix it, but you know, why not? So create a new comment, then try to edit that comment. Cool. And then yeah, I'm gonna call it a day here as well. So where we're at, is there like an implementation thing up here? Or are these all marked red? Yeah, whatever. Git add command GitHub. No. No, that's a binary. Git CI add sparkles add issues editing functionality. And then we're going to go format that at least. Holy shit. Go format command GitHub projects and then pkg GitHub format create pull request add GitHub projects MCP. Ooh, 135,000. What is that? Oh, it's because the workspace manager is gone? Okay, fuck that. Git fetch origin, git rebase origin main, create pull request, add GitHub projects MCP. Still doesn't have the workspace manager. FD find workspace manager. Git log. Git diff stat origin main. Wait, why does origin main have GitHub workspace manager? Right? "32 hours ago." So why is this little... Why is this not updated? What is this? Remote show origin. Is it the work tree doing that? Rebases onto git rebase main. Git log main. Yeah, git rebase main. Why can't I rebase it on top of main? I don't get that. Git log main, 32 hours ago, tag main. Is it because there's a file called main? Is that what it is? Oh my god. That's so weird. Fire. Remove main. Wherever that thing came from. Alright. Create, like, git diff stat origin main. Oh my god. Alright, anyway, create pull request. We'll just do it by hand. Add GitHub projects MCP, edit, workspace manager. Nah. So you are going to go out and then workspace manager. Holy shit, why is it so long? Why is it so much code? Is there like a binary in here? Can't be that this is so many tokens. Can it? Oh, it's because this is left over still, huh? Alright, I know why. It's because we still have this dude over here that has everything twice. So MCP integration and all of these, you are going to come with me over here. And then you, my dear friend, I don't think we need you anymore. Git add command, GitHub projects, and then git rmf command GitHub command GitHub projects. All right. Remove all GitHub projects. And now we should have a reasonable token count. Create. It's a lot of code, but oh, too long. All right. What are we going to delete here? Certainly not you. I'm just going to delete some random shit from the middle. Actually, why don't we delete all this T10 stuff? La la la. Alright. Yes. Oh my god. What's going on, my bro? Am I struggling with Anthropic? No. Is it something that broke in my create pull request? No, because it worked before. No, I don't know if it actually worked. Okay, how long am I going to try this? Pinocchio profile is equal to 40. Yes. OpenAI TLS bad record Mac. What the fuck does that mean? It works here. Man, I am so confused. I'm sure this is something that has to do with our ZSHRC. Because it's going to happen here as well. Oh no, it did happen here. It did work here. Okay, so... maybe it worked in this terminal and then it didn't work in the other? I don't know. It's very weird. Create pull request from YAML. From diff from YAML. Create pull request from diff. Oh, it like refactored this little fucker. Look at that. Look at this little weasel. Look at this little weasel. We are going to restore that. It like literally tried to optimize this shit away while we sped it up. Oh well. Create pull request from YAML. Edit. This PR introduces new terminal-based application for converting YAML prompt templates to technical template system user service workspace manager that we can remove. All right. So that's the first pull request. And then I wonder if this is so freaking weird. This like consistent TLS bad error Mac is very weird. Let me go see GitHub Graphs Go Labs. Create pull request. So source ZSHRC. Create pull request. Add GitHub projects MCP. Yes. It's going to tell me, what the fuck? Okay. I am extremely confused, man. Pinocchio code create pull request. Okay. um is it basically still too long? Maybe it's the length of it. That's so weird. It's weird that it happened for OpenAI too. I actually don't know what this error means. So What could this error be? It seems related to the payload length. It happens with OpenAI as well. I'm using Golang. All right. So anyway, I need to port this to a Go program. So we did that, and then we did the CSHRC that we have already committed. And then this dude here. Okay. Require fs. Const fs is require fs. And console dir fs. Okay. Iterate and print the keys of an return. Get the keys of an object in JS. Is this something? Object keys fs? Oh yeah, fs read file sync temp foobar txt echo foobar temp foobar txt. Ah, nice. Cool. So this works too. Great. So, however, this one I'm not going to push just yet because I'm just going to commit and push to my fork because it's really not there yet. Goja, and then what's the status? Goja modified files, and then Jesus has a modified file. Okay. And then this git add test data, git add REPL test, git add, and then get ci add ambulance make modules work. Make lint. Can't load lint version of the configuration. Oh man, I don't know. Not tonight. Like now I really need to stop. Oh my god. Git remote. Rename origin upstream origin Vazen. Git remote rename upstream origin. All right, and then in the Jesus one, add Goja modules, and then git push you. All right, I think after merging these pull requests, add terminal based prompt builder, that's fine. This is the garbage repo where nothing builds. Why did it switch? All right, merged and closed. And then we have another one, add GitHub GriphQL CLI, which is also merged. Delete branch. And now we can look at the status and probably just delete that one. delete prompt renderer. I'll probably have to force it. You sure you want to delete workspace, blah, blah, blah. Yes. So we're done. And then what was the other one? It was GitHub GraphQL CLI, right? Workspace status. Modified files. And Go Labs. What the fuck? Oh, I didn't remove them. Fire remove all GitHub projects. Okay. No, GitHub GraphQL CLI, and then I'm just going to do GitHub PR. I don't even know how to make it by hand. Remove all GitHub projects. All right. That's an insta merge. This is my garbage repo, so I really don't care too much about hygiene. And then what's next here? And then we had something in Go MCP, actually. That's pretty interesting. Git add command task MCP. What's that? Oh, this is left. This is garbage. Available tools, tool, description, JSON schema, display. Oh, this is interesting. Add functionality to display tools and show their schema. And actually, we're going to create a new branch for that. Add display tools JSON schema. Go format, make lint. Why are you linting for so long? Okay. And create pull request. Display tool schema when listing MCP tools. Yes. See, it's really like the size of the query that seems to be the issue. Is a fatal TLS or this what you're seeing with Entropic killed mid-flight? Load balancer happens only on large prompts file uploads. This is weird. Interesting. Man, I love how this shit is so verbose. All right, it's going to run all the tests, right? All right. We are definitely reaching the end here. Oh shit, that was a 5-hour stream? That is wild. And how many lines of code was that? I know it's like a weird metric, but it's for me it works. So it was command projects, no, GitHub projects. And then package GitHub. And then command apps prompt renderer. That's 10,000 lines. Okay. Did we do anything else? We did the ZSHRC, but that doesn't really count. And then I think the Goja is really small. So that was 10,000 lines of code. Okay, I'm a bit disappointed. Felt like more work than that. But we got two cool softwares out of it, right? Like the prompt renderer, I should actually, why I want to use it to write articles. So maybe I'll write an article about the prompt renderer, see if how fast that goes, just to get used to having like a written content workflow. Because I didn't blog anything about about LLM programming in the last 2 years. Hey, thanks Org3. That was great that you were there. Like, thanks a ton. And I'll check it out. Kilocode AI. Cool. Let me write this down. Kilocode.ai. And then the other one is like Zen MCP server. Beehive Innovations. All right. There you go. Oh, this looks dope. This is yours? Oh no, you're going to be checking it out. And then this is also something you're going to be checking out. Oh, that's really interesting. There's so much stuff to try out, right? Like that's why I decided right now I have something that I'm pretty comfortable with, and I'm trying to find. Well, I have this concept that I'm exploring with the JavaScript that, you know, I'm pushing very, very slowly towards, but that is, I think, going to be the next big way of writing code for me, at least. Because like one of the main things you can see, like a lot of the time that I spend here is actually just managing projects, which is more so than writing code. It's like, oh, what do I have running and was it in the right branch? And all of this like cleaning up of things is pretty tedious and interesting also. And so the GitHub Projects MCP is going to be one of those things that's, even if I just load it into an M code and then still continue using M code as I do, it will allow me to get a better sense at the end of the day, looking at my project board, being like, okay, what did I do today? What did my agents do? Yeah, you could always find a better setup. Still, it's like 10,000 lines of code, like two big, you know, two pretty significant projects got created, right? Like a pretty full-featured GraphQL, GitHub Projects MCP, and then this prompt renderers TUI. I'm used to it now. It doesn't really like, you know, it just doesn't really like amaze me anymore. But man, it's fucking amazing. What's the security scan complaining about? It's the fucking Go version. One day I'll do it. Up. Let's merge that. And let's actually make a release for GoGo MCP. So we were in, what were the ones that we want to do? WSM, status, GitHub, GraphQL, CLI should be all merged now. Man, this workspace manager is just so freaking useful because, and it's one of those tools that I never really looked at the source code and has like not really let me down. And I use it literally all the time. So fail to delete workspace contains modified files. So there's certainly things that can be done to make it, to take it to the next level. But what is that? Yeah, it's the, so I can do delete F, right? Fail to delete it, contains untracked files. Use -- force to delete it. And maybe that's not passed. See, so the moment I said it has never let me down. The moment I said that, it let me down. So GitHub projects, GitHub GraphQL CLI. Let's try it again. And then the GoGo MCP also contains untracked files. It's the freaking binaries. Even though I have only used go run in my instructions, it loves to forget that. All right, so that's cleaned up. Everything's cleaned up. Now we can go to corp, we can go to GoGo MCP, and we can pull rebase that. And we can now make a tag patch release, since that is an important addition, the list tools schema addition. And shit, I I have to play video games in 15 minutes. I have no break. This is too addictive, man. It's too addictive to be able to build all this software. But I have it on stream. I hope it's like helpful to have all of this, and then I don't know, not many people drop in, but maybe one day. All right, I think we're done. Thanks for listening. Thanks for dropping in. That was great to have someone to talk to. And see you next time.